Доброго дня. Вітаю учасників.
So good morning. I welcome our participants during our meeting, Right to Dignity in Collective Sites. And Dmytro Lubinets, Ombudsman of Ukraine, is invited to have the floor, so please welcome him. So good morning, distinguished friends. I'm happy to welcome everyone here at our conference. First of all, I would like to thank our partners who are helping to do our job and who have helped to hold such an important meeting. So this is CCCM Cluster in Ukraine. Also, a separate gratitude goes to the UNHCR, to Carolina Lincoln, for your support in such a global direct impact. So my welcoming remarks would not allow me to describe all the challenges to those suffered and affected due to the war. So my representative, Olga Altunina, is going to explore on this topic, so she is going to have the floor during a separate topic where she will present our developments. In turn, I would like to draw your attention to such an important words. Dignity is in collective sites is the best standards. Today's conference underlines the best practices, but the most important aspect is a dignity of a person given her living in collective sites. I am sure that you all know the statistic that prior 24th of April it was 1.5 million of IDPs have been registered in Ukraine. Now this figure has been tripled and official numbers goes to more than 4.8 million people. And given this number of people, more than 100,000 of people are living in more than 4,000 of collective sites. So citizens who are going from the occupied territories are find themselves in a shock situation and conditions because they have lost almost everything they have built throughout their life, and very often we know that such people can even lose their documents, so they just move and run from those areas. So with this regard, the state should understand the challenges these people are facing and to ensure the assistance to the full extent and to understand the problem and to provide assistance. So as I asked, we have visited 10 collective sites. And of course, this is an ongoing activity, and we and our partners are setting an ambitious objective to visit all 4,000 collective sites and to show this map and to find the best practices and ways. However, we are most frequently recording challenges and problems and conditions. After every visit, I have very detailed information about them, especially when some inhuman conditions have been registered. For example, this is not relative and respective conditions in washing facilities and other problems. So these are all challenges that I take under my personal control, and I expect prompt reaction from the executive bodies. Very often we record in such places that in one and exact places the whole families are living. Sometimes it happened when only one toilet is designated for 30 people and more. And the practices we have observing now is as the following. So the center executive bodies are doing, so to say, public evidence given stating that situation is not that bad as our staff has been revealed, I mean our Ombudsman staff. And indeed, we have the cases that goes to best practices, because I would like to start with best practices, not only to criticize. This is my job today. So we also qualify some positive developments when it comes to IDPs living. For example, this is true about Vinnytsia, Mykolaiv, and other regions. The worst situation, as we estimate, is in Zakarpattia, in Dnipropetrovsk regions. And yet again, it's important for me to see to the reaction. For example, in terms of Dnipropetrovsk region, it's so nice to see a deputy of the state regional military administration here being present. She is attending personally this conference. And in Zakarpatska region, we have visited several times this region. The first one was back in October, so we wrote an act of request, and then we have checked in terms of changes after our request in March 2023. Unfortunately, we haven't seen any changes, and the conditions even became worse after the winter. And instead of provide some reaction, some campaign has started when administrative representatives come to the people in collective sites, and they started to take written consent from these people that they are living in good conditions, so that these conditions are not that worse, and that they are satisfied with these conditions. And as I see it, these attempts to have this consent from those people who heavily affected by the war, who simply have no choice and have nothing to add but to write those letters. And after all these letters are being sending to me, stating that what are the problems? Everything is good according to people. So in my opinion, these poor practices should be ended, and the respective bodies representatives should understand that there are standards, and we are going to monitor these compact sites of living. And once these conditions are not under dignity, we will draw our attention and we will demand this situation to be changed for better. And the results of our monitoring visits are being taken into discussions. For example, during our meetings of the coordination headquarters, together with the Minister of Integration of Temporarily Occupied Areas, there are some discussions, however, without our invitation, the invitation to our office. And once I was informed about this extraordinary situation, I was so angry. And I think that once you use our materials and discuss these materials without us, it would be good to invite us. And this is not ethical behavior to have discussions without us. This is number one. And number two, we have a mandate of government control. So once we do something, we should monitor what we are doing, and we demand the executive bodies to provide some activities. Also, I emphasize the need of resolution in collective sites problems. Unfortunately, I am saying today this with true understanding. We have revealed that neither executive borders have exact information about conditions in these collective sites, nor some understanding and factual addresses and the number of people who are living there and their needs. And the information that I have published today should be a cold shower for such representatives. My task is to reveal some systematic challenges and problems. So after I'm revealing this, I expect for respective initiatives. So the minister should send respective letters to gather the information and to have overall understanding about the number of people who live in such collective centers and sites. And in terms of information about our visiting of collective sites is being gathered every day, and beyond our daily telephone conversations with NGOs, we always emphasize the question: who has visited you, how often, what exactly they promised to you, who has taken the responsibility to deliver these promises. So we should change the situation and to provide guarantees to people and the understanding of perspectives, because the request for uncertainty of IDPs is been feeling more increasingly. So this fact should not be permanent, and according the intentions of IDP, 40% of IDPs are not intend to come back to their places of origins because simply they do not have such houses, and people are forced to find new conditions, and they forced to start their lives from the scratch. 10% are looking some integration possibilities to the new Hromadas with a new range of responsibilities. So firstly, we need to understand this, and this understanding should be a stimulus for Hromadas, because those resources available for Hromadas are people. And once you create such conditions and you understand this, automatically you will be able to find new staff, new experts, new professionals who will reinforce your Hromada. The state should create equal and dignified conditions for collective sites throughout Ukraine, and to provide alternatives to movement. And to this end, we need to create informational resources to the possible options of accommodations. And these resources should be appropriate. Only in this way, a person will understand support by the state. So we should not restrict ourselves by coordinational headquarters. So as I see it, these coordinational headquarters are not effective enough. We can gather together and discuss for hours. However, people are awaiting specific steps, very prompt, quick, and understandable for our people. In many bodies, there are some artificial representatives has been created. We have created so many representatives, ombudsman, plenipotentiaries, so people are being confused very often while asking to whom they should approach, because we need to understand that the name of the position should provide this effectiveness, but a person who occupies this post. And also, we need to regulate normal conditions in collective sites. First, we need to provide some norms of staying there, because some of them has been established back in 2013. So that's why we need some minimum standards to be established there. So today we're going to hear more about this topic, and these standards should include those requirements to the conditions in living rooms as water supply and washing facilities, power supply and other infrastructure to be available. And when we have started to work in this direction, the first thing we did is the legislation background existing in terms of criteria in collective sites existing. And interestingly enough, that the first border in the state who reacted was the Ministry of Healthcare of Ukraine that on the 31st of March 2022 has ordered the first minimum requirements for collective sites. And we are welcoming such efforts. Any initiatives are very welcomed. However, how can we measure such a criteria such as an effective norm that sounds as a maximum close to the minimum temperature? And this is, I'm citing the official document and order by the minister. So what should be the minimum temperature in winter, in summer, and what is the maximum extended temperature? So when we visited one collective site, we revealed 10% temperature in the room. So tell me, please, is it that normal temperature according to these minimum requirements, according to this official document? And I cannot state is it true or not. So such a not clear criteria create further poor conditions for our people. And along with that, I'm wondering when one of the very powerful international organization is requesting to other ministries to some fostering of people, including IDPs. The project has been developed by this organization. Instead, we see that the ministry cannot understand who is going to lead in this project, because the most important thing is to take a responsibility. And then we have this circle when a person should go to this ministry, to that ministry, and then we will meet at a separate meeting, and maybe some headquarters should be creating to this purpose. And this is a procedure that takes place for years, because our military conflict is taking place starting 2013. So our fundamental philosophy is to have all state institutions who work with international organization to be in line with prompt solution and coordination. Today's conference for us and for a team of my office is a way to show our systematic problems and to provide our algorithms of their solution. We do not want to do something for the sake of doing something. So we should leave a function of monitoring that is under ongoing updates, and waiting for some updates from the government, from the military administration, from their reaction and inclusion to this process. We definitely want to launch the process that will definitely show that today we are not only understand the problem of IDPs in collective sites, and that collective sites requires more or less normal conditions, but to solve those challenges. And the war is not over, it is ongoing, and the process of reintegration of temporarily occupied areas starts from the people whom we hosted, accommodated, provided assistance, and the result will be the willingness of these people to return of the liberated areas or not. So people are the most significant and important resource of the state, and when we as a state, as state bodies and various leaders of various directions take any decisions, we need to understand that my decision will provide some positive impact to people. Thank you, and I invite for good cooperation. Thank you. So thank you. And we're grateful on behalf of IDPs because the part of our participants are IDPs present today. So thank you for your specific position with this regard. And I believe this conference will provide not only minimum standards, but we will approve the repetition of this conference where we will verify whether our minimum standards were accepted or not. And I'm welcoming a representative of UNHCR, Carolina Lindholm-Billing. The floor is yours. So please welcome her.
Дякую. Доброго дня. Good morning, colleagues. And, sorry, let me just put this. First of all, big thank you to you, Mr. Lubinetz, the Ombudsperson of Ukraine, and your excellent team for the leadership you are showing on this very important topic, and for the very close and constructive cooperation with UNHCR and other humanitarian organizations in Ukraine that are here to support the government of Ukraine, its institutions, regional authorities, communities, to support the people who are impacted by Russia's war on Ukraine. And it's really a very good cooperation, which I am sure will also through today's conference lead to further concrete recommendations and follow-up actions, as you said in your introduction. I mean, just to recap, I mean, as a result of the war on Ukraine, many millions of people have been forced to flee from their homes, leave their houses, their belongings, their communities behind, and seek shelter elsewhere in the country. And even though the majority of internally displaced people have found accommodation in private apartments that they are renting with family members, host communities, still a large number of IDPs have found accommodation and safety in thousands of collective centers around the country. And from the monitoring that we are doing, we see that it is mostly women. 60% of residents of collective centers approximately are women, 27% children, 25% are older people, and this includes many households who are headed by a single parent, as well as persons with disabilities who need very regular care and support. And given this profile of residents of collective sites, it's therefore not surprising that almost 80% of the households living today in collective sites have reported severe or extreme needs, mainly in the area of food security, different types of support with the standards, the living standards in these centers, and job opportunities, according to a recently published multi-sectoral CCCM Vulnerability Index, which will be presented during the conference today. And this humanitarian, what we call collective center coordination and management cluster, which UNHCR leads, was activated by the UN humanitarian coordinator just a few days after Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, as it became clear that collective sites would be inevitable, with so many millions of people fleeing from their homes and searching for somewhere to live, stay, find shelter within a short period of time. This would become one of the temporary transitional solutions. And as part of this interagency humanitarian response and cluster system, UNHCR leads this coordination of different organizations, UN and non-governmental, who provide support to people in collective centers. And the purpose of this coordination is to ensure that those activities The monitoring, feedback, complaints mechanisms, the communal activities are implemented according to common minimum standards and in a coordinated way. And in 2022, cluster partners have so far supported more than 250,000 IDPs living in collective centers around Ukraine. But for us, it's really important that humanitarian programs here in support of Ukraine and the people of Ukraine are implemented in line with government policies and priorities related to collective centers and strongly support the implementation of recommendations from the monitoring done by the Office of the Ombudsman. So, for example, cluster partners have been briefed on relevant provisions in the government strategy on internal displacement that was adopted on 7th of April this year, and which, for example, highlights the importance of collective sites meeting accessibility requirements so that people with disabilities can live there and have free access to the facilities, the bathrooms, their own homes, communal spaces without hindrance. And that strategy also highlights that collective centers need to ensure decent living conditions for all displaced people living in them. They also highlight sometimes the need for renovation or refurbishment works to bring the standards up to that minimum level, and the need for systematic psychological support to IDPs living there. So today's conference is a very important opportunity to learn about the latest findings from the monitoring visits that the Office of the Ombudsman and the CCCM Cluster partners are undertaking to understand what are, as Mr. Lubinetz said, good practices that we can learn from, but where are also concerns. And then, even more important than learning about the findings, it's to agree on the action to address the findings. Because, there is nothing worse, I think, than to go around and monitor, speak with people, take their time, hear their views. They tell us, we report on it, and then no action is taken to address it. This is really about accountability to the people we all serve and who are affected and impacted by this horrible war. So we are very committed to contribute to addressing those findings so that standards of protection and dignity are met in the collective centers where displaced people are staying. But at the same time, it's also clear that many of the facilities that are now hosting internally displaced people were never designed or intended to serve as longer-term collective sites. They often have inadequate infrastructure, and it's dormitories, sometimes schools, other sanatorium that have quickly been converted into collective centers. So in that area, there are also humanitarian partners like UNHCR that support refurbishment and expansions of collective centers. And so far, UNHCR alone has helped to create or improve more than 13,000 spaces in a total of 136 collective centers around Ukraine to contribute to improving conditions. But while we focus today mainly on the conditions in these collective centers, I also want to highlight the importance of taking what we call a durable solutions from the start approach, and actively work towards helping the residents, the IDPs living there, to find alternative housing solutions and be able to move out of these centers so they can be gradually decommissioned. Because again, they were never intended to be a longer-term accommodation solution. And if we don't take that durable solutions from the start approach, there is a risk that children will be born in these collective centers. they will spend their childhood there, they may meet their love there and marry and have own children there, and the longer people stay, the harder it is to move out from there. And in the latest collective site monitoring that we conducted, we found that only 57% of IDPs today living in collective sites intend to move out in the next 30 days. And only 19% currently have plans to move out. So the government strategy that I mentioned before on internal displacement that was adopted on the 7th of April refers to the phased resettlement of IDPs from collective centers and necessary actions to implement this goal, including the creation of a housing stock for internally displaced people with the involvement of local authorities. And this is a good foundation to start from, and humanitarian actors are ready to support this. And maybe one of the first priorities would be to look at schools that are still hosting internally displaced people and which need to go back to being used as schools. And it's 33% of collective sites is, according to my understanding, that are in schools at the moment. So to enable the IDPs to move out, of course, access to affordable, sustainable housing solutions with secure tenure is key. And therefore, these strategies that the government is working on to come up with a strategy and action plan on housing solutions, it's very important that the views and the needs of IDPs in collective centers inform the development of these so that they are people-centered. And this is also something that we are happy to contribute with. But it's not only about finding somewhere else to live. You're an apartment of your own to rent or to buy, but it's also, there are different reasons why people remain in collective centers. Some may be able to return to their former home, but need help to repair their house. Some no longer have a job in the place where they fled from and need support with that. Others are staying in the collective site because of the community support it provides. So a multi-sectoral approach is needed. And again, here is where collaboration between different actors is important. So again, I want to really thank you very much for enabling us to support you and the people of Ukraine impacted by the war, to both monitor and importantly address the concerns found through these monitoring visits, and simultaneously work to support people to find longer-term housing solutions so that collective centers can gradually be decommissioned and people find durable solutions. So I wish us all a very good, active discussion today. Thank you.
Дякуємо за те, що так глибоко в темі, за те, що...
Thank you very much for your so deep in and for you forming the policy based on the knowledge you know, based on the experience to gain from working in different countries. I would like to say for those who joined us online, as I understand there are more than 100 people. We have a video coverage from Ombudsman Office on a Facebook page and in Zoom conference. On YouTube, the translation is in English. On other channels, is in Ukrainian. I would like to address those who are seeing us online. You can ask questions to all speakers. We will read them. So we're kindly requested to identify your name, what organization you are representative, if it is organization, and your question, and to whom you would like to ask your question. Thank you very much. and we will switch to the main session regarding the results of monitoring. So I invite Kamal Mirzaev, who is CCCM Cluster coordinator. So let's greet him. He prepared very thoroughly to today's meeting, and he will address us even Ukrainian. It will be difficult for him, but please support him. I will try to do my best. Dear guests, my name is Kamal Mirzaev, and I'm the CCCM Cluster coordinator. Today, I would like to say a couple of words about the development of a CCCM monitoring project. In March 2022, the cluster was launched and was charged with setting up the cluster system and developing the team and developing the cluster strategy. In fact, information management is the core element of the cluster activity. One of the cluster strategies is to operationalize data based on the monitoring, CCCM monitoring result. That information is based on the outcomes received after visits to collective centers, and to do that we started mapping of all collective centers across Ukraine. Starting from June 2022, the cluster, with the support of REACH and other cluster partners, started rounds of monthly multi-sectoral monitoring of collective sites in terms of how they meet the minimum standards. As of April 2023, we have conducted 7 rounds of assessments covering 3,689 collective sites. Now we are going to present the findings of the 7th round, and later, during a separate session, we would like to discuss the minimum standards in the collective centers. When we started that project, we didn't even predict that this initiative would turn into today's advocacy event held together with Ombudsman Office. I would like to mention that we are very thankful to Ombudsman Office for active participation in collective centers monitoring activities. And I would like to mention that such monitoring in the collective centers are not only held to identify the needs of IDPs, but also they needed to help in advocating and seeking durable solutions. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much. Let's switch to the materials, which is very difficult, including the sociological results. And I'm inviting Anastasia Fetisova, who is REACH manager. So the floor is yours. Hello, colleagues. Please share the presentation. I'm a research manager in REACH. Our key task is to analyze the data, first of all to collect data, then analyze data, and to create information products required for humanitarian response. Together with the CCCM Cluster, starting from June 2022, we are held in monitoring of collective centers in Ukraine. In 2022, it was monthly monitoring. We collected data on monthly basis. We collected data from more than 1,000 collective centers. Now in 2023, we're conducting then monitoring once in 2 months. There are many organizations who are regularly participating in that monitoring, because we're not doing that alone. We're doing that together with the partners of CCCM Cluster. And starting from the 7th round, we're happy to do with the colleagues from Ombudsman Office. Just, I would like to say a couple words about monitoring. You see the logo types of organizations participating, or at least participated in the 7th round. There are a greater number of such organizations, but in different rounds the number of partners varies. So we hold this round, and we assessed 1,140 collective centers, of which 94% resides people, but some of them are not accommodating people, or these are collective centers which do not reside people for longer periods, but they are ready to host such people. And those collective centers were assessed as part of round 7. 61,000 people were living in. There is greater number because we are not covering all collective centers as part of our monitoring, but of those we assessed, 61,000 people were residing there. We're collecting their data through holding interviews with managers of collective centers. You will see different graphs and percentage, and that is not percentage about IDPs residing there, that is about percentage of collective centers we assessed. So if we will see the profiles of collective centers, we see that the majority of them are managed, allocated in educational establishment, including hostels. Mainly this is hostels of educational establishments, because all hostels held by enterprises were busy before. We're speaking about hostels owned by universities, vocational schools. That is also kindergartens and schools. In total, these are 62% which are located in educational establishment. Another types of buildings can be boarding schools, recreational facilities, and such like establishments. So approximately in such facilities, collective centers are located. And the majority of those collective centers have the appointed managers. If you see of the graph who are performing management of those collective centers, 44% are managed by local authorities. If you speak about modular towns, in some cases they are managed by the management of educational establishment, and some of them are managed by religion organizations, which are quite a bit separated from local authorities. So the type of the ownership is 35% are in government held, 17% are municipal, 48 are municipal ownership, and 17% are in private ownerships. And the majority of managers mention that people live in collective centers more than 3 months. That is a mark that this is long-term stay. Highlighted the people not only need assistance and food, water, that people stay there for a long period of time, and they need durable solutions to live somehow that collective centers, because people cannot live forever in collective centers, and they need durable solutions, and that is very important indicator. If we see demographic characteristics of people residing in collective centers, the data presented here are in percentage which were provided managers of collective centers. We mentioned already those data that approximately that 25% of those residing in collective centers are children, and 25% are people older than 60 years. These are special categories we need to focus on, because they have special needs, and more women are residing in those collective centers. And we see the vulnerable categories. They include older people, both male and female, residing in many collective centers. I would like to show a couple of slides and graphs based on our previous round, because that was a wave of households. So we know the percentage of collective centers, percentage of people resided in collective center, that a demographic structure of people residing in collective centers. That is the structure informed you before, and it reflects demographic structure. And among people older than 60 people, we see greater number of old female. If we see the vulnerable categories, they include 8% of households headed by females, 25% of people older 60 years, and here you see graph regarding types and the problems people are facing, people faced by people with disabilities. These are mainly the problems with deaf, mobility, cognitive problems. If we see the needs in protection sector, we will see that approximately 5% of all also weight informed us that IDPs have the problems with documents and that they cannot restore them. 8% of collective centers reported that their residents didn't receive psychological support, which is very important because many people had a very difficult experience affecting their psychological condition. 38% reported that they don't have mechanism of informing about GBV cases, and 7% reported that the managers are not consulting their IDPs during decision-taking process. We're going to discuss further in details during discussion of minimum standards and what we should do, that the rules of stay should be further institutionalized and standardized to take into account all those moments regarding protection. If to speak, I would like to show a couple of slides about visits of social workers. 69% of collective centers were visited by social workers. They held regular visits, taking into account that 44% are managed by local authorities. Mainly these are departments of social protection, but not in all collective centers. In general, the access to medical, educational, and administrative services, taking into account that the majority of collective centers are located in towns or cities, we measure how far the educational and medical and administrative centers, ATM, pension fund offices are located. There is not great difficulty because the majority of them are located in towns or cities. We also followed that 37% of children living in collective centers, how they attend classes. In general, you see the majority of them are having online learning. There is no so the majority of people who attend online learning, that mainly relates to children living nearby the front line. And we will switch to very big section of indicators regarding living conditions in collective centers. We do have individual and community spaces in collective centers, and taking into account that people live for a long period of time, they need some places where they can can hold their free time or where they can communicate with each other, take food. They need playgrounds. As you see, several indicators regarding available common areas for leisure activities for adults and for taking food. It's important indicator, an alarming indicator that 27% of collective centers mentioned that they don't have infrastructure for people with disabilities, taking into account that each collective centers host people, older people and people with restricted mobilities, taking into account communal spaces. As you see, 44% have family rooms where one family lives in one room, or on small rooms where several families share, or when several one-member families live in one room. And there is 8% of collective centers when there is a great hall or gym where people living together. And in those collective centers, there is a problem with privacy. And on the graph below, you see that the lack of privacy in sleeping areas were informed by 90% of collective centers. On the top of that, we were informed that showers are not segregated, included 17%. And also, when we speak about arrangement of this space, if we speak about provision of food products, 90% of collective centers inform that they have great needs in food. 39% of collective centers informed that within the last month then received food from volunteers or from humanitarian organizations, both local and international. It can be cooked food delivered to collective centers or food which was provided as a package of food provided by humanitarian organization to a separate household, and 20% informed about baby food. These are not mixtures, but this includes juices, because in collective centers very few children before 1 year. It's luckily there are very few such children, and on that map you can see allocation of the oblast which are highlighted in darker color. They show that the majority of collective centers have the needs in food. If we see when we mentioned about the conditions of showers, toilets, and so on, we see that 22% reported not enough number of shower rooms, 11% informed about lack of toilets, and 29% informed about lack of insufficient number of washing machines, and not an insufficient number of drying machines. And they also mentioned that there is multi and great number of bad conditions, especially in modular towns. And so the matter of drying machines is also prioritized for collective centers. Half of collective centers reported that shower rooms and toilets need repair, and 11% informed that they have the problems with water drainage.
In terms of hot water, the full access to hot water was in 82% and partially in 16%. Lack of access to water is 3%. And in terms of minimal standards, we are going to talk today, and we have mentioned these data. 94% have in management, and 93% have consultancy with the IDPs, and 95% stated that they have complaint mechanism and feedback mechanisms in place. So the rules of stays are in 78% of the rules of living. In terms of living, there was cases of payments. So people had to pay to people a specific amount of money, to let collective sites to reimburse utilities, and the overall of such payments was 1,269 hryvnias, and we were so interested to know whether the mechanisms of reimbursement is being in place in terms of utilities used according to the degree approved last year. So 81% of collective sites management were aware of the mechanisms of compensation, and 51% informed that they were provided with appropriate compensation. However, we have heard that this year there is some problems with such compensation. However, back previous year the compensations were provided. In terms of situation in modular towns, so this round was not fully presented the information in this case, in this situation, so the next round will present more specific information, more granular information, and here you can see that in these 14 modular camps 2,723 people are living. It's quite a big number. Overall, the situation in prefabricated or modular houses is much more better compared to collective sites, because they were provided to all the needed conditions, so I mean access to hot water, so it is much better compared to collective sites overall. And this, in this map, and you have actually printed brief information about our round, and you can get familiar with the exact needs in terms of this topic. And for example, in the Zaporizhia region, there are needs related to repair works, shower rooms, toilets, and overall repairs and renovation, because in the Zaporizhia region these collective sites were built in previous century, and we need to know that there is some expiration date for every collective sites. And lastly, I would like to say a couple of words about multi-sectoral index of vulnerability, and we have calculated it in terms of household survey conducted back in November last year. So we have mentioned this number. However, you can see that almost 80% of people in collective sites, they were identified as those who required assistance, and this is an index we have done along with overall survey throughout Ukraine in terms of their needs in sectoral measures, and we can see that in collective sites people are experiencing bigger problems throughout Ukraine, even in terms of overall IDPs problems. So if you can see in this map, the dark red means the bigger amount of critique needs of people. And if we compare this map with a map on the general survey throughout Ukraine, there we will see that these needs are concentrated along the contact line or front line. However, in this map, you can see that these needs are concentrated not only on the front line, but in those regions where people have returned. And this is also due to the reasons that people have lost their housing. So, overall, that's briefly it. And you can see this QR code, and under this QR code, you will find all the available information in terms of our runs we have conducted. Also, you can read English and Ukrainian versions of this presentation. So, thank you for your attention. Thank you, Mrs. Anastasia, for such an interesting information. So let me introduce our next speaker. So once again, for those who participate online, you can ask a questions. So after we present our results, findings, we will have a Q&A section for those who online, for those who hear offline, and you will be given a floor for asking us. So I would like to present the results of monitoring visits of collective sites conducted for the previous half year, done by Ombudsman Office. After we have visited almost 300 sites, we have concluded unsatisfactory results, and we are forced to state that after the state urged to flee the places of origin and to evacuate from the temporary occupied areas or territories of active hostilities, the state actually has left those people alone with accommodation problems. So there was a campaign, informational campaign for those who were hesitating to flee, and today we're talking about people who live in collective sites in particular, and we are talking the most vulnerable categories of people. That's why the state has organized an informational campaign with some public transportation, volunteers, railway station. So the people were provided with financial assistance, and then they were accommodated in collective sites that actually do not meet the conditions, because as of now the state doesn't have any minimum standards or legislation background that would regulate the state of IDPs. So people have arrived, and they now cannot organize their space. Some of these people were fairly active. They managed to actually find financing, donor activities, and we have such a brilliant example in Dnipro region, where there was IDPs from Bakhmut, from Dobropilia, where when these people actually doing repair of roofs, of washing facilities, and they initiated all these things, and now they are even arranging some places and spaces for people with disabilities. So once we have such an initiative, the situation looks much more better. And I personally participated in monitoring visits, and therefore I can say that the situation is not that good. And the main problem we have posed everyone, to every person, was have any visits by the state authorities. And today you will see their response to this question. And if our authorities visited those collective sites, we wouldn't have such a horrible situation. And I will start with the prerequisites. Today we have 4,000 collective sites that accommodate almost 100,000 people, the most vulnerable categories of people. We have gathered some figures from the state regional administration, and they actually state very clearly and vocally why the situation is so critique. Please draw your attention to Dnipropetrovsk region with its 325 collective sites, and the budget provided zero money to this. So Dnipro region 0, Kyiv, Kirovogradska, Sumska, Ternopil, Chernihivska, Odessa region received zero money financing. So how then they are doing, they're dealing? So they are using self-government resources financing, and in this way, this is how collective sites are existent, or with the support of humanitarian aid. Draw your attention to Mykolaiv region. There are 31 collective sites because the front line is not far from this region, and these collective sites actually accommodate people, residents from Kherson region, so they have almost 20 million hryvnias for financing. And in all collective sites we have visited, the region, the Oblast administration provides food supply 3 times per day, and this is a good example set, and we need to follow it. And today I'm going to talk not about figures, percentages, or human stories. I'm going to show you some photos, just for your understanding about true situation there. And I'd like to start with the problem of the lack of private space. Anastasia has mentioned it already. So that was a year after the war started, but people are still living in gym centers, and they live and share one room. So we are talking about adults, people of various sex, men, women. We even know a case, and this is actually happened in Transcarpathia region, when there was 30 people who live there, and some trainings are being conducted there as well. So the next problem is the lack of conditions for children and women, and the problems with education facilities. Almost 100,000 children require laptops to have an access for education. And on the onset of war, these children required Wi-Fi. Now, as we visited collective sites, we can see that children actually are given education via smartphones. And imagine those 2 children who are going in various grades, and they actually use one phone, and they do not have enough access to education, and this is a problem that should be resolved on the state level. Also, a couple of words about security for women, for children. So you can see these photos. So here a collective size that accommodate 30 people, and this is all that can use. So this is from Dnipro region. You can see the conditions of toilet. So some IDPs call it as Rome toilets with no doors, because everyone can enter it every minute. So imagine, do our women feel safe there? So here you can see Zhytomyr region example, Zakarpattia. So the next problem is the lack of specially equipped rooms for food, for cooking. If on the onset some hromadas were provided with food, now you know that this food supply provided from the donor has been decreased. And there are no such opportunity for a full-fledged 3 times per day food supply, and our people have to cook themselves. However, there are lack of centralized rooms for such purposes, and they're doing it among their belongings, among their underwear, among their children who are attending schools online, and this is all about insecurity. So the next question is inappropriate sanitary conditions. And here we're talking about the lack of water, and not everywhere there is a chance to repair. And neither Anastasia nor me stated that these collective sites are old, and there is a need of full-fledged renovation. However, communities and local administration could have do some minor repairs. And in this photo, this is not Photoshop footage. Just imagine a person who just yesterday had a job and a house. Today, this person is finding itself or himself, herself in such a condition. So looking at this photo, we understand that the problem is not only entirely goes to the executive authorities. In this photo, you can see that people who live there could have cleaned this area. Why don't they do it? Because they feel this broken glass condition, so to say, when everywhere is crashed. And we actually have visited collective sites where all the walls have been burned, and there was no desire to clean it up, and there was no person who actually could have organized it, who could have and bear the responsibility and coordinate this effort. So we have the way around different situation. In the Rivnenska region, you can see such a toilet facilities. I thought that this is not the case for Ukraine. However, in this photo, in Lviv region, you can see the situation as it goes. Furnishing, the next problem. So everyone present here is living in an apartment, and we are surrounded with various belongings, and we understand the value of every and particular belonging only when we move out. And we are talking about the underwear and kitchen equipment and all those things we use on a daily basis. Imagine people have moved, taking their families. They have no place to actually order their belongings. And I'm not even mentioning the lack of beds. One woman stated that she actually accommodated herself in the front of cupboard. So you can see that people pick their and put their belongings in the boxes. So naturally, that these people simply do not want to find a job, to plant flowers, because every day they see this picture. So the next problem is the presence of mold, and this is the problem of all collective sites. Why this problem was not all the time there? Because there are lots of people who live there, and once we talk about western regions, there are almost 50-70 people, but in central region, in the Dnipropetrovsk region, there are 200 people. Just imagine that these people need to dry their clothing. Imagine such a huge amount of people requires this, and there are children. So please look at these walls. They are green. Sometimes they can be black, and this is why. This is because people have to dry their clothing in this manner.
And the problem is solved not because of great financial contributions, not by installation of ventilation, but we need to ask international donors, not for washing machines, but for drying machines as well, and this problem can be solved. Next problem is not adaptability to the needs of aged people and people with disability. I know those who watch us online, these are representatives of local authorities, say that it is impossible to rebuild or add ramps to those buildings hosting IDPs. I fully agree with that. But maybe the problem is not that our people with disabilities don't have access to those buildings, or you're locating them on the second, third floors without lift. Maybe it's not proper approach to residing those people. If you know that people with disabilities are coming to you, do not prepare a 5-story building or locate them on the first floor. You know that the many buildings are back up and looking for their guests or owners and those who will reside there. So I kindly ask the Oblast authorities to focus on that. For example, Dnipropetrovsk region, that is a collective center I told you about, where the residents arranged the ramp itself. Maybe they didn't finish it, but nevertheless, the idea was not bad. I hope they would further deliver and people with disabilities, because approximately 22% with disabilities reside there. So the problem of charging payments from residents it clearly stated that residing in collective centers should not be charged. But where witness and mention that the living there is charged, it is not acceptable. And the very situation that some owners of those facilities, like you see on that photo, think that maybe they didn't charge for living, but nevertheless that is a bill of a family from Bakhmut, 2 persons who are living in 11 square meters room, and Dnipropetrovsk Polytechnical Institute charged utility bills for 4,000 hryvnias per month. How do you think? In the IDP law states very clearly, if you charge utility bills, they should be justified. There should be meters. Only in that way you can charge fees. But in that case, you see that people were delivered at night in terrible state from Bakhmut. They were forced to sign agreements. They can't even have the chance to read those agreements, and they are forced to pay such great amounts. When we ask to justify why they exact that figure, from where this figure was taken from, and nobody answered that question. And I would like to iterate what Dmitry said, that the management is inventing the ways how to say that everything is okay, but not solve the problem. As it was in Dnipropetrovsk, we asked people. The Ombudsman recommended to move people to another premise, and they were given with such comment. A person from Bakhmut said that I was live there in basement and I ate raw rice, but here I live okay. If to compare with the basement, yeah, here is better, but I think so this is not a dignified approach to these people. So this is regarding fire safety. I wouldn't comment that because it's a matter of lives of people. Those boilers are arranged in living rooms. Please see those burnt walls. The building was burnt for 2 or 3 times because of the wiring, and people continue to live there. That is installed in a living room where people sleep. to learn lessons, and that is heating device installed in the same room. That is in the building, as you see how that oven was arranged in that room. Practically everywhere there are no fire extinguishers. If the tragedy happened, who will bear responsibility for that? The owner of the room? Those who live in that room, who evacuated people, who will bear the responsibility for that? So for now we insist, and at the end of that event you will hear the propositions regarding minimum standards specifying that fire safety is also prioritized when approving those minimum standards. If to speak about our recommendations, as you can see on the screen, I would like to say them again. We think that we should start with those who is going to control and bear responsibility, because we need to make changes and clarify to the laws and specify who will bear responsibilities for arranging people, who will follow the dignified conditions of their living, and what the algorithm of arranging of IDPs in those collective centers, how to consider in existing premises, how to arrange people, how to consider gender, family relations. Of course, proper sanitary conditions for dignified living and specific rooms for drying clothes, drying machines. As we see, it's a great problem, and problem number one. If you speak about people with disabilities, so we need to relocate those people to facilities where they can move without additional help, and we need to solve an issue, and I would like to address you to revisit the correctness of charging bills for people living in collective centers. And we need to perform external control over fire security. So thank you very much for your attention. My presentation is over. I see whether there are questions to me or Anastasia. There are no questions online. If you have some questions offline, we can ready to give the microphone to you. Does somebody have questions? No questions. Okay, can I ask, please give the mic. Please introduce yourself. Hello, my name is Vladislava Lizhnina. I'm an advocate representing of organization Right for Protection. I have a question regarding that you mentioned the legality of charging bills for living in collective centers. According to the current legislation, to state that local authorities should ensure free of charge living in such collective centers in such with compensation of utilities bills. So the law states that IDPs should not pay for living. However, we see the decree of Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine number 261 envisaging allocating of funds for compensation for utilities bills under the condition that IDPs live in free of charge. And I have a question. We do have a law and we have resolution, and resolution does not comply with the law. Another item I'd like to focus our attention regarding obtaining compensation. As I know, the funds from the state budget were allocated for the period in covering April, and Cabinet of Ministers didn't allocate further funds for compensate for those bills, and 40% of hostels in educational establishments hosting IDPs, they owned by the Ministry of Education, and I personally addressed the Ministry regarding how legal they are charging their payments. And I received very interesting answer. And they said that the managers of educational establishment are just responsible for keeping the property in proper state, and they have a list of charged services provided in hostels. And the Ministry of Education stated clearly that living of IDPs in hostels of educational establishment should be charged, because we do have a law envisaging that living for IDPs can be held during within half a year only. So there is some dilemma when those hostels are arranging or hosting such IDPs and they do not receive those compensation. They have debts. What to do with those debts? The first question was regarding the law for IDPs, envisaging that the local oblast authorities should allocate IDPs within half a year, but we understand that the war goes on. And I think until the war ends, it's senseless to speak about charging payments, because the financial conditions of people hasn't improved, and we need all of us should act according to the law, and IDP laws should have been amended based on current situation. I fully agree, but that uncertainty, we receive quite many letters, addresses, requests from both educational establishments, because you're right, the situation has not been regulated regarding paying for debts for living of those who submit to local authorities. It is done through international funds, and the payment was compensated for October. That was the last payment for such living. And no other payments are affected, and I cannot say whether the state budget has funds or not. It's not our mandate. Our mandate is protect rights, and therefore we need to give recommendation local authorities, cabinet of ministers, to amend the current legislation, and that's what we're doing, as you mentioned. So thank you very much for raising that question. If we unite our efforts, our IDPs will benefit from that. Do we have some other questions? There are no online questions. Thank you very much. I suggest that all present here to move to the lobby to have your coffee and return back, because after that we're going to have very interesting speakers, and we will discuss actual situations in oblasts and actual situations We're going to continue our conference. I would like to address those who participate online. I would like to remind that there is English translation in YouTube channel, in Zoom in Ukrainian. You can ask questions to all participants all speakers participating today, and please specify your name and the question you would like to ask to, and whom you would like to ask that question. Therefore, we would like to continue, and I invite our friend Irina Vereshchuk, Vice Prime Minister, Minister for Integration of the Temporary Occupied Territories of Ukraine. So, you can speak either standing or sitting, it's up to you. So, colleagues, I'm very happy to join you with the persons who think in the same way, and to provide people who urgently need the assistance to our IDP, who lost everything, their movable and immovable property, and lost part of their soul in the places where they were born, married, gave birth to children, and they managed to flee from those areas. And now they're trying to set up themselves both mentally and physically, trying to keep sky above themselves and children, and they are working, trying to expedite our victory. I came a bit early. I managed to speak personally to many of you, so we became friends within that hard period. And we became friends under circumstances I would never wish to have, but in everything we survived together. If under such tragic conditions, can we use the word positive, we saw each other and passed the way, just which united us. I see international organization, I see UNHCR, RSC, and many partners who are working together with us throughout that year, who fight with us, come to results. I see Ukrainian companies who assist, who provide volunteering services, who help read, write, do everything together with our IDPs, not to feel them lonely, not to feel that they have nowhere to address, that everybody forget them and they are alone with their problems. I see here Right for Protection organization. I see other organizations who do everything for the people who have been living for more than a year in places apart from places of origin, away from places of origin, and they would like to find themselves and feel the smell of victory and peace. So that's my gratitude, and let's switch to working procedure. I would like to speak about professional topics regarding working with IDPs, in particular in collective centers. In the peak month of 2022, we had more than 1 million persons living in the collective centers. That's a great burden on the territory communities and local authorities who didn't have great experience. I say great experience because the war didn't start in 2022, but there was no such scale of that war, and there were no such challenges, and we understood that people needed help. So many people were left alone at the railway stations, and they even didn't know whom to address. It was in March, April, May, and they didn't know where to find shelter, who could provide assistance, and what they awaited in a month or two. They didn't have future. They didn't understand. They lost themselves both mentally and physically. The collective centers became, from my experience, I saw different types of collective centers. maybe you can say that they show me the best of the collective centers. Maybe I can believe that, and to show the work they did, and to show some gaps, and these are normal process. But I do understand that there were worse conditions. I saw the work of Ombudsman when representatives of Ombudsman visited the regions and saw that collective centers were not properly equipped, and saw that people didn't have understanding and did not communicate to the authorities. We're discussing that at our meeting, in our response team meetings. And if you have wish, we will include you to that response team, because we think the best way is the inter-sectoral coordination. Because we collected once a month, discuss the issues, prepared minutes of meeting, and get commitments, and I control, and people perform, and we move further in quicker way. The collective centers we saw approximately half a year, 7 months ago. They have changed. Many people left. According to our calculations, in the collective centers, there are approximately 200,000 people. Though it's with some asterisks, because as our members of the response team say, these people, the number of people is fewer, taking into account that all not communities, not oblast, call the places where these IDPs live as collective centers. They call it shelters, and maybe this is a gap by the authorities, because if there is no clear definition, at least at the level of the bylaw or resolution, then people are looking for the formats, how to avoid explanation why the collective center was in such condition, in such state. And that is the area, and there were the efforts we're trying to do, because we need clear understand, and military authorities should clear understand what is collective centers. For example, that is an area where approximately certain number of living, for example 10 people, whether that is a collective centers, or 100 people, or 1,000 people, whether that is a collective centers, what are the parameters under which people can reside in collective centers, whether the payment should be charged for for living in collective centers, because we had some cases when they called us to hotline and said that the fees are charged because it should be free of charge living. There are a lot of questions have been solved. I'm going to inform you about the strategy of IDPs up to 2025. From our experience, it was important, and what we see, and from negative experience, because it is also important not to follow the way of stepping on the same rake regularly, and let accept what didn't work properly and move further, because the strategy we had didn't comply. The challenges, the evacuation was not taken into account, integration and returning to places of origin were not taken account, and this should be worked.
And I can see here those people who worked on this strategy, and I'm grateful for this strategy. And Mrs. Karolina has seen it, she supports it, and all the partners now understand what our state is wanted to achieve, and what would be our solutions, housing solutions, employment opportunities. However, this strategy does not foresee the work within collective sites, because it's a very detailed path, and I understand it's very important to know what is the vision of the state in this direction. And I'll be brave and courage and to remind you the tone of our discussion, and I prefer to provide the following vision. This is not in our legislative documents. However, I would like you to voice your opinions in terms of what I'm going to propose. We have seen that these prefabricated houses, we have now 25, and some 5,000 people are living there, and some accommodation facilities are still going in. So this project does not work properly. I'm not seeing it as a good way, and should and can be a long-term solution. So we have spoke with Mrs. Karolina about a modular prefabricated town in Kharkiv. You might remember that back in 2015-2016 there was a big prefabricated city, modular town, where thousands of IDPs were accommodated. However, after 7 years of attempts, people decided to stay there in those horrible conditions, where it is often the case when the roofs are leaking, where there is no proper electricity, where there is no proper way for paying for utilities and money supply. So as I see it, we should discuss it. And prefabricated houses and towns is not actually the proper way of solving, but collective size is the opposite way around. For example, we have dormitories that can be properly reconstructed, and if we can do analysis, the audit of such collective size, and if we can see that, for example, we have 2,000 collective sites, and where 500 is required of some heavy repairs, and 1,000 of current repair is required, and some minor repairs is required for 500 facilities. And if we decide the needs of collective sites, it can be an effective form for the future for living people. And I'll explain why this is the format, and we should support it as the state. Not everyone managed to find the job. Not everyone is capable to pay for utilities, for rent, and even if a person has found a job, this is not enough to pay for rent. And this is also a case when people simply go for lower job opportunities because they didn't manage to have additional training. So people often live in rented houses, and they're looking for better opportunities. So we need to understand that those who live in collective sites, these are vulnerable people, and they require particular support. And here I have a question to these participants. So should we aimed at people to flee our state, or to provide some more comfortable conditions in collective sites? Because on the other hand, and this is another topic, a very sensitive one today, we do not want to have a kind of a layer of professional IDP, so to say, who does not want to find job, and who actually live in a community surrounded by other IDPs, and they simply do not integrate in society. So they actually come and go for allowances, and they return to the same conditions they live. So we need to find that formula, and I do hope that today we will try to make it more specific. And I mean, what specific actions should be done for people to live but not to survive in these collective sites, and how and what we should do for these people to let them integrate and to be more socialized. So I'm not going to speak a lot, but these are the main topics I would like to discuss, and thank you for your questions. So we don't have any questions to you, unfortunately. And if someone would like to ask, or maybe someone would like to take the floor as a sort to say reflection. So, good afternoon. Vladislava Lezhnina, Right to Protection. Today I have asked this question. This is the most painful one, and I'm interested in terms of charges or free of charges for IDPs. You said that IDPs should live there free of charge. However, we have a law stating that the state bodies, the self-government bodies allow to live free of charge for a term of half a year, and we have 261 legislative law that states about it. However, this act does not work properly, and therefore we have this problem. I'm interested in the issue in terms of taking and having allowances provided for those IDPs who live in dormitories, because living in dormitories should be paid, should not be free of charge, and those managers of these facilities, they are hesitating. Should they provide living rooms free of charge, or should they charge at least for utilities? And Right to Protection within CCCM Cluster tries to solve this issue. Of course, we try to provide that administration of such facilities provide at least 6 months of free of charge. But what should come next? As far as I know, there is a decree 7507 that provides to have free of charge for IDPs and free of charge for utilities. However, this decree is not adopted. And what should these facilities do who accommodate IDPs there? So what should be the actions? So actually it is very relevant and up-to-date question. Right to Protection always provide good legal expertise, and you rightly mentioned and stated this question. We support this legislative law, and I'm going to actually urge my colleagues and MPs with regard to approve this law. We need this free of charge. Now, 261 is approved. However, it is not working properly. Why? Because last year we had this reunion of ministers. So this 333 was under the Minister of Reintegration as responsibilities. Now there are debts for autumn months and for winter months. So this is half a year. So those who provide services, those who hosting IDPs, they do not have those compensations. And we actually initiated as a ministry the support of this decree. Now the Ministry of Infrastructure together with the Ministry of Finance will cover those debts in front of those who provide those assistance. And I do not have exact numbers in terms of these debts. So all these debts will be covered, and we will take as our responsibility all this process, I mean the register and all the related things. And then you will be able to ask us these questions. And I think that we will adopt it this Friday, and we will start moving ahead this legislative law. 333 legislative draft is also will be under our responsibility, and I agree with you, and I actually would like to apologize in front of those institutions who actually accepted our people, who hosted them, and now they're experiencing this debt issue and they need support. And indeed we have monies, we have those financial support from donors, but we have such a situation, and anyway we need to do something with it. So what's the position? To provide free of charge or not to provide free of charge? So those 3,000 hryvnias provided for IDPs actually should be as a compensation for housing. And when we did this draft together with the Ministry of Social Policy, we realized that this is not money provided for rental, for utilities. We actually wanted to provide this money exact for housing issues. And now those managers of these facilities have these questions. If IDPs are being compensated 2,000-3,000 hryvnias per month, so why shouldn't they pay for living in these collective sites? And my position is not to take money for living there. And of course we have the law, and this law is not cancelled. And because once we violate it, some respective institution will come and verify. And that's why we now should work on the issues related to those hosting institutions, so they would not be afraid to take money. And in terms of 261 resolution, we have to work on and to develop it further. And I have an additional question. I would like to provide the position of the Ombudsman's Office with this regard. So we have conducted almost 300 monitoring visits to collective sites, and the cluster also did an incredible work. So 1,400 collective sites were analyzed in terms of challenges. So we have generalized these problems, we have presented it today, and we understand that without legislative initiatives, we will not have this issue to take off. So we need to accept and adopt minimal standards, and we need to identify those responsible for the implementation, and we need to meet in a half-year period again and to verify what was done, and we need to manage this minimum standard implementation. And indeed we have this coordinating meeting every Friday, and we need to meet, we need to accumulate all this analytics on a daily basis. And in our case, we were in various collective sites, and this can be an indicative figure. So that's why we have done these minimum standards, and we will present to you another question. Now I'm going to give the floor to you. Council of Europe, Ganna Kristova, an incredibly important conference and a very substantive meeting in terms of those questions that Mrs. Irina asked our audience. So, as you said, the state is reflecting kind of a magistral attitude in terms of social adaptation, further integration, and identify further stage resettlement with the respect of gender, vulnerability, criticality, and unity. So indeed, all these three components I have mentioned, they are incredibly difficult and complex, but important. And in terms of further moves, it's crucial to draw the government attention to those tools and a separate housing fund, including for IDPs, those housing fund that remaining within the ownership of Hromadas and defines the resource of these Hromadas for further years and for further challenges, and emergency services should be a potential resource. And maybe it would be good to review a movement and steps that provides those collective sites can be normal housing fund, and to work on easing mechanisms in provision of temporary housing solution. So this provides some more stable solutions and to reinforce our capacities and capacities of our Hromadas. And very briefly, and it's so crucial to talk about minimal standards. Today we have seen such an incredible presentations, but we need to establish those standards, and we will facilitate to them. However, there is no exact definitions of such collective sites, and of course there might be some legislative backgrounds for these issues, and the Ministry of Integration should work on it. However, the key message should be as the following: once we include the key definition, that would mean the need to register and to acquire the respective status. And this term, this timeline should not worsen the situation of those people who would remain beyond this legislative new grounds. And in terms of housing funds, today the Ministry, the Cabinet of Ministers, we are reviewing these issues, and those housing funds in Hromadas, and we actually are going to describe it on our website, and you will be able to learn it and to provide your proposals. If before Friday you will see that this new resolution will require some amendments, please provide your proposals, because we actually suggest these housing funds to be as a long-term solutions, and we urge for some new conceptions and new inputs.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions? No, there are no online questions. So thank you very much. Thank you, colleague. Thank you very much. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much. So let's switch to the speakers who are going to inform about actual situation existing in the regions. I would like to ask to give the floor to Irina Hritsai, who is deputy head of Dnipropetrovsk administration, and Alexandra Rightly, who is deputy head of Mykolaiv Oblast authority. Miss Irene, the floor is yours. Thank you, Olga. Dear Irene, dear colleagues, so according to the current program, so head of Oblast state administration should speak, but because of missile at attacks in Pavlograd, he should urgently return to Dnipropetrovsk because there are serious damages. Approximately 24 blocks of flats damaged and 8 residential buildings managed, and including 8 educational establishments. Despite of the tense resolution situation in Dnipropetrovsk being under current missile attacks, so the oblast hosted 450,000 IDPs from the beginning of full-scale invasion. The 400,000 peoples were registered as IDPs, mainly from Lugansk and Donetsk regions. Despite of the suggestion to provide housing in rural communities, people are selecting the cities, and Dnipro itself hosted 140,000 IDPs. Regarding collective centers, we identified 516 collective centers, as it was mentioned before. Mainly they are located in kindergartens, in schools, in hostels, and community buildings. In general, there are more than 3,000 free spaces, sleeping spaces, and we are planning to prepare 30 premises for IDPs, but they need capital repairs, and that is on the agenda while communicating with international organizations. So not long ago, a delegation from Czech Republic headed by the President of Czech Republic visited us, and we informed them about the necessity to provide assistance in capital repairs of those premises. Also, a great number of IDPs is a great burden on the region, on the medical system, on the transport, educational infrastructure. I would like to mention that there are 11,000 of people learned in educational establishment, and not long ago head of the Oblast administrative provided more than 500 laptops and notebooks to ensure high quality education for those children. Despite of distributed network, we do understand that we have a lot to work on, what to improve. Therefore, we will work, and we do understand that the IDPs are not guests. These are our citizens, and to ensure comfortable living in the region is our key, an important task. So I'm ready to answer your question. Thank you very much. There is one question. Our online guests are asking, you have been appointed not long ago, and what will be your first steps in this area? Thank you very much. First of all, preliminary, we show the photos from Dnipropetrovsk region, and on the photo you can see the living conditions for IDPs, which are not acceptable. The first one that I'm going to personally visit the facilities where IDPs live. Of course, we're preparing a resolution of the head of civil military administration regarding the increase in the number of collective centers, and of course very urgently we need to develop a regional program for IDPs. Thank you very much. We would like also including all IDPs, if that program should include not only events, but about allocating funds to provide more proper living conditions in those collective centers. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Alexander, the floor is yours. What's the situation in your region? Hello, colleagues. Thank you very much for such great honor to take a floor and to speak in front of you. Let's start that more than a year ago, the whole system was collapsed because of the military aggression, and many our regions had a great burden on their administrative capabilities. A great number of people left to Western Ukraine, fleeing from hostilities. Mykolaiv region is not an exemption, and thank you very much for our partners from Western regions who hosted many citizens of Mykolaiv region who has been living under shelling. It helped a lot, but we had a lot of challenges, and taking account that we have 5 occupied communities, we need to look for our capabilities to allocate our people in collective centers. We were governed by, and our team had a meeting and decided where we're going to accommodate people. And we asked simple question: where would you like to live? So you take a bag, move to a new place, where to take shower, where to take food, where to go, where to sleep, and it should to be done taking into account the gender specifics and age requirements and children requirements. And we took a decision that to ensure proper control, we decided to allocate those collective centers in our oblast facilities, where we understood the responsibilities of management, where we understood that we could provide with our budget fund, our oblast funds, to maintain those collective centers. So on the basis of our educational social protection system, we arranged 15 collective centers in very prompt way. We allocated funds for catering of that people. We have 3-time meals for the people living in such collective centers. So then we started to visit, we started to listen to people's problems, to listen their pains, what their needs are. We created a response team from last April, and we regularly visit collective centers. That team includes representatives of employment centers, representatives of educational and health systems, and secondary legal protection, and psychologists and social workers. And the needs of people are changing, of course, because first of all, their first needs was living, clothes, and psychological support, but then their problem was restoration of documents. They were interested when we're going to rebuild their homes, and so we tried to work on all those items. And thank you very much for all our volunteers and partners, including international organizations who contributed a lot and paid great attention and assist to our collective centers. With the people living in those collective centers feel protected and secured, in both from social point of view, and we would like to say thank you to 10th of April, rightful protection, secondary legal protection, including assistance provided by UNHCR, because we have been working with them actively throughout all the time, and support of our international partners was highly appreciated, and including IOM, who created repair teams to repair collective centers. UNICEF provided children clothes of all our IDP children. We received 8,000 kits of winter clothes supported by Miss Irini, because it was, I would like to thank you, it was your mission and you helped us to receive fast, for children to receive clothes when it was needed, but not in February or March, and to receive their clothes at the beginning of winter. So colleagues, That's the question regarding how we administer those issues, what we did and what we try to do for our people to feel secured, to be secured. And let's switch to more global things. Of course, the government would deal alone. And Anastasia reported about how collective centers function, and she provided very interesting figures. As I understood, 85% of collective centers are managed by government. And you understand that the major share of the work was undertaken by the government. Unfortunately, our society is not so mature, is not so ready to implement such major projects, and the local authorities, central government bodies were doing with that and manage those projects. Another accent you made, that 70 to 80 residents in the collective centers are aged people. So these people who have low mobility, they don't know where to go, what to do, and how to live further. These are not young people who came to another place, relocated, started their own business. I would like you to understand that group of people, I'm informing you about situation in Mykolaiv region. What we know, that those people need additional support from the government, from the non-government organizations, and we receive all that. And the key here is to focus on the needs for those category of people. The next issue that our report has mentioned, I would like very correct idea. We need to work on the strategy, what to do further, what the IDPs should do, including housing, maybe rehabilitation of the damaged buildings. Ed would like to say thank you to the government, to Ombudsman Office, to Ms. Olga directly, to our European Commission, who provided for our residents with damaged property, provided some modular buildings, and we delivered them to communities. And people who has minor damages are going to install those modular houses during the period their buildings will be repaired, and they have all required equipment, including beds, kettles, microwave ovens, everything required for comfortable living of people. But we have another ambitious goal. We prepared a project of 26-section building in the Pervomaisk town for constructing 1,700 apartments for IDPs. And taking this opportunity, I'm inviting all of you who have capabilities to access to donors, to international organization who can finance that project. Please join. We are happy to do everything to implement that project. It's an ambitious goal, but we are hoping to implement. That is all from my side. Maybe you have some questions. Thank you very much. It's very cool that you do understand that collective centers and modular buildings are temporary, and you are planning for durable solutions. And we hope that the war will end soon, and all our efforts will be focused on capital construction to ensure housing for those who left without houses. If there are no further online questions, if you would like to ask some questions from the hall, please raise your hands. So please take your seats. So thank you very much for your reports. So we switch to another section, and let's discuss with administrators who administer collective centers from inside. I'm inviting Yakov Valerev, manager of collective centers or vocational center, director of the State Educational Institute, Center for Vocational Training and Education, and Makar Tatiana, site manager, head of dormitory of the Boryspil Professional Medical College. So, Miss Tatiana, please take your seat so I can give you my mic. Do you have presentation or... Oh, you do have presentation. So I would like to greet you, colleagues. I'm happy to see all many familiar faces who visited our educational establishment, who started from the full-fledged aggression, started to perform double function. Our education turned to transit center at the beginning, and then it turned into collective center for IDPs. And of course, we started, I would like to give you the history very briefly. So I can say a lot of words, but it's better to show one time. It will be clearly understandable. So just concise information. So I would like to inform that 11 students with IDP status are trained here. So, and we provide in profession training to our institute students for both IDPs and local people, and those professionals very relevant at the country labor market. And we give the opportunities to retrain our IDPs. From the beginning of full-scale invasion, approximately 19,000 people resided in our establishment. That is the largest place in Vinnytsia Oblast. So you see a map of Ukraine, practically all near front regions with active hostilities and occupied for certain periods. And the greatest flow of people was from Kharkiv, Chernihiv, Samskar regions, and practically all information indicated on that slide. So during first days, the first IDPs arrived on the 25th of February at 11 o'clock, and with the support of our colleagues of Right for Protection, Konstantinivska team. And up to now, we have been working very closely with them, and arrival of such IDPs and provision of help of those organizations was very helpful, because we didn't account for assistance from international organizations. But how to address those challenges, we were supported by Right for Protection in many organizational issues. That was the push for us to be more coordinated, because all our team was working 24/7 mode.
And you can see at our previous slide, on the 16th of March last year, the deputy of UNHCR administration and representative of UNHCR, Kalina Lincoln, were visiting us, and after they have witnessed how cohesive is our work, we started to implement very positive developments, that is our coordination and cooperation with international organization. So we provide food supply 24/7, so whenever our guests, our IDPs arriving, they were provided with hot food, clean beds, and warm rooms, and all the basic needs were covered. So all the basic needs were covered in timely manner. Also, various foreign media representatives visited us, and we tried to deliver all the necessary problems, information, and this horror coming from the situation, and they actually delivered our information to the world, and that improved our cooperation. We also have some interaction with the state and local administration, and this is also was very positive, and as a Department of Education, and even Mrs. Vereshchuk visited us, and everyone who visited us actually was reassured in terms of what we have done and what we plan to do. In terms of interaction with international organization, we have a huge cooperation with such organizations such as IOM, ACTED, and I was honored to visit such a huge training, a workshop provided by IOM and CCCM Cluster, and we now understand how to cover basic needs for people who live in our facilities, and how we should plan our activity further. So ACTED did a kind of good repair. On the second floor we have 135 IDPs, so these are families who live in very convenient conditions, and they live free of charge. So we continue to do repair works, and this is exactly what ACTED did, and we provided some respective decisions by Vinnytska city administration, and we continue to solve those challenges related to constant missile attacks and a constant power outage. So we actually overcome all those challenges. For example, we managed to cook on a wooden stove, therefore we had a hot meal all the time. We had some field kitchen, and actually our generators didn't manage to cover all the needs. Also, the first aid was provided from our foreign partners, educational facilities abroad. So this is, you can see, an education facility from Poland. So they provide hygiene kits, etc. And also our educational facility has been doing volunteering job all the time, and that's why we were well prepared, and we cooperated with Vinnytsia administration, and we started to provide all the assistance, and the volunteers actually helped in this endeavor. And everyone who know our educational facility, so all these people always assisted us with what they could to do. So here you can see the 6 tons of dairy products, and all these tons actually covered not only our guests, but the whole city of Vinnytsia, and I mean in short-term timeline. Also, we hosted Rome Hromadas, and they actually managed to integrate in very good manner. For example, all the children, they played all together, no separation, so they all communicated, they all visited and attended various events. So we did not only cover the basic needs, but we provided some educational workshops and trainings. We provided various adult trainings sessions. We invited other guests who would be able to help assist to some extent, maybe in psychological extent or other degrees. And I would like to tell about our project that we have created with Podil Agency of Regional Development. This is Dobry Pobut in Ukrainian. So this is a project developed in the base of our library, and various NGOs are dedicated their assistance to it. They provide various food supply free of charge. Also, they provide half-prepared food and other job opportunities. So overall, they provide the whole range of complex assistance and services that are now available and are functioning and are providing positive results. So we are afraid, but we are very restricted in timeline. So please provide an opportunity for your colleague next to you. So in 2 words, I would like to say about the project we have been implementing in short term. So this was a short-term courses for some retraining opportunities, for some more high mobilities and opportunities in the job market. So 58 people actually held on this course, and naturally we are working further on this project. And once again, I'm so grateful to everyone who support, who provide such a good cooperation. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Mrs. Tatiana, so the floor is yours. Good afternoon, Makar Tatiana. Starting 2015, I have been occupying a managerial position in Borislavsky Medical Vocational College. Starting the war, our college hasn't been a site and started to provide accommodation for people coming from front lines. So we had the relevant experience providing accommodation to people back in 2015, but that was some rare cases. So last year was an incredibly difficult year because we didn't know what to do with such a big amount of people. For example, once I was at work, I saw a family of 4 with very tiny package of food, and I actually didn't know what to say and how. So people came to us of various status. So these were pensioners, people with disabilities, people with children, preschool, school age, and other categories. So they arrived to dormitories, and they also brought with them their pets. And for me, as I'm a manager, I did not have any problems to accommodate all these people because we had all the relative respective space, but we had this problem with heating supply. So we didn't have repair in or renovation in some rooms, and when international organizations approached us, we actually accepted their support. So here we have Rakkad organization and people in need, and Rakkad, the charitable organization, is working on us even today. So they provide the assistance in underwear, in bed linens, in various home equipment, etc. People in need, for example, they provided their assistance when there was power outage. So they provided hot meals, breakfast, lunches, and we are so grateful for this support because they shared all this responsibility with me. So in our dormitory, there was always a plenty of people because it is a student dormitory. But when we actually became and acquired this status as a collective site, we have acquired more responsibilities because more people started to come to us and they needed this information in terms of where infrastructure, critical infrastructure is located, etc. For example, a person with disability simply does not know to whom to approach to renew, for example, his or her status of being people with disability. So I never rejected any approach to me, and I actually realized that all my efforts were covered with positive feedbacks. And now we have 43 people in our dormitory. So as we call it, we have 14 households, and we have 13 children, and this is a big amount of children. So these are the people of preschool age. So imagine their behavior, and I would like to emphasize that those adult people who live with us, they do not wait for assistance, so they started to work immediately. So elderly people, and we have a kind of a section of Red Cross. So all these representatives, they come to actually help these elderly people, other people as well. So they did these nets for our military servicemen, and imagine our children. So on these first days, imagine how it was difficult to look at those eyes, the eyes of those children. And now these children smile, and this is all that good that they actually survived. On the onset, they actually tried to hide from us. Now they talk to us, and on the base of our dormitory, and together with Rokada staff, we started to provide more attention to these children. For example, we decided to have this workshop on egg painting, and we actually gathered various people, mothers with children, and actually we had with us a representative from a foreign organization, and there were questions about why all these children are not at school. And then we did this painting, and we had even fathers who worked with those eggs painting, and it was so nice to see all the things. The Sweden organization, they came and did this workshop on baking of pizza, and then some music arrangements, and all other assistance provided during all these events to these children, because childhood should not be taken away from our children, and it should last longer and be comfort for them. So in terms of charitable organization, and I mentioned Rokada when they visited us, we actually had these talks, and actually Rokada always said that we are bringing to you those fridges, those microwaves. And when we heard this, we actually were so excited, because it was important to all these people who arrived to us only with a small package. And other assistance were provided, healthcare workers, employment opportunities, so the whole range of assistance, and I'm so grateful for all this stuff. And to conclude, I would like to say that whenever comfort, convenient housing we provided, people always will want to back home. And in our case, our people come and ask, how long can we stay there? And we answer, as long as you want. And to provide some convenient conditions, we need to move further. And for the future, I do hope for the assistance for international organizations, and I do hope for assistance provided by Ricarda for further cooperation, and together we need to go forward to our victory. Thank you. It was so heartfelt to hear all these stories. Thank you for your hospitality. We are grateful to your support. And I know that everyone is tired. So let's move to our neighboring room and to have a lunch. We come back in 25 minutes, and our administrators from collective sides will share their thoughts, and our concluding part will be the most significant, because we are going to present the minimum standards, and we will thank our international organization. And bon appetit!
Dear colleagues, conference participants, we're going to start the last section. So we have online coverage. So I'm addressing those online. Please ask your questions, don't be shy. We switch to the most important topic, because of which we collected today here, because each topic is not only to be discussed, but to be solved. How we're going to solve? Mr. Kamal and Ms. Irina Kalopacha are going to present those solutions. They're going to present the minimum standards. The floor is yours. Please support the speaker.
So I just want to start a bit briefly, telling you a bit of history of a minimal standards, why we had it, and why it was important for us, and probably how it developed into what Irina will be in detail explaining you. So I think the control on me, so I can. What is left? Okay. So. Back in 2022, in May, the cluster started developing those minimum standards. And these are multi-sectoral guidance for humanitarian partners to guide them to do their interventions in collective sites. So we used a number of international guidance, various resources on standards, and here you can see, some pictures of those books, SFI standards, UNHCR emergency standards, camp management minimum standards, and collective sites guidelines. So what the idea was not to bring just the standards, compile them, and start using, but the idea was to how we consult with everyone who is on the ground, and first and foremost, partners on the ground, and various sectors coordinators, how we can bring it closer to Ukrainian realities, because what we use, it's international, from different operations, different realities, different contexts. So, and here in May we sort of build up a document, and I'll just briefly also say why we needed minimum standards. Of course, for the moment we say that we have 2,500 collective sites, but back in time our master list says that we had around 7,000 plus collective sites. So number of partners, from the different spheres are trying to support and do their intervention in collective sites. So we needed a common approach. So therefore we needed a collective minimum standards. So minimum standards are for humanitarian partners, but not only. Now we see that the number of stakeholders have grown. So it's also for local authorities. We know that they're in charge of collective sites, so to do their interventions, and it serves as a benchmark. Yeah, for us it's important that it also shows a minimum level of interventions for partners to understand. To which extent assistance is needed. But back in time, the minimum standards document also served for us to build the collective site monitoring and served as a benchmark. So the presentation you've seen in the first session, that was built on minimum standards. Here, I'm not going to go into the details because Irina will tell you, but I just wanted to tell you that the standards itself, they are multi-sectoral. They are, CCCM, protection, shelter, WASH, education, and other clusters, several integrated, and it's a sector, it's a standard, and then there are, indicators which guide you to understand or define the standards, so to understand whether you are reaching the standards or not reaching the standard. I will skip the examples, but I wanted to say about a bit of way forward, so which we actually arrived here in that way forward we were talking about. So in the in humanitarian cluster system, we try to collect various inputs from other clusters, because it's a consultative process. Yeah, it's not something that we pick from various, books and guidelines and compile and say, here are the standards. So it's important also to hear and receive feedbacks from various clusters, partners, professionals, experts, those who are on the ground and those who can also tell us more about what is the real situation on the ground. But also we use various resources, the local legislations, best practices implemented in other operations and so forth. So in parallel, we were also closely working with Ombudsman's team, to bring it even closer to a Ukrainian context. We know that the context is quite complex. It's not very simple. It's not very straightforward, as maybe in other operations international scene. So therefore, we needed a lot of support of Ombudsperson's team, and also I think it's the presentation. What we'll do now, the actual standards. It is not something written in a stone. I think it's a living document. It still would need consultations and a feedback from everyone, but something that we would need to turn into something not only mere recommendation, which stays on the shelves of local authorities, partners, but something would turn into something practical, something that people can turn to and can look to. We always say, some partners saying that, how can I, whenever I do monitoring, how can I understand what are the certain standards where I have to look when I enter the collective sites? And here's the minimum standards. At least those are guiding you where to look at, what are the benchmarks, and how and see the gaps and and sort of develop your programs and interventions and projects to support the collective sites. One last thing, the minimum standards, it's not only about the hard component, it's not only about the, improving the physical living conditions, but it also includes the soft component. It's a lot of consultations, it's a lot of other elements. I will not talk now, but I want to give a floor to Irina. So Irina will, maybe go through some and in detail will tell you more. So over to you, Irina. Yeah.
Miss Irina. Irina, head of the Department for Monitoring of Observation of the Rights of Citizens Affected by the Armed Aggression against Ukraine. So I would like to say thank you for all of you who after lunch is ready to accept the new information. I'm happy to see you. That demonstrates that you are not apart from the problem of internal displacement. You continue to care about that. So today we are discussing a lot about collective centers and about conditions, living conditions within them. However, understanding of each of us about whether these conditions are acceptable or not are based on the subjective idea. I would like to make you sure that it is true. So I can give you an example. When our team started to actively monitor collective centers, I always asked my colleagues, you are visiting a collective center. What first you are going to pay your attention on? Of course, there is a set of basic items everybody tries to monitor. However, all the rest is the subjective understanding. Nevertheless, collective centers have been existing from 2014, from the moment when armed aggression of Russian aggression against Ukraine started. But before that, the elementary orienters indicators how to care about. There are no just mechanisms how to govern collective centers. So we shouldn't be surprised because if different approaches are used by collective centers managers. But we should understand that this situation affects the efficiency of the approach used by each manager of a collective center, and that results in the situation we're having as of now. So together with our partners, and we would like to thank them for that, we have developed the minimum standards of administration and management of collective centers. Those minimum standards have been developed based on international humanitarian standards. However, we try to make them easy for understand, to make them simple, and divide it into 4 main categories. As you can see, government and collective center, management of collective centers, living conditions and NFIs, water, sanitary and hygiene. So, regarding the first section, government or state and collective centers, we're aiming that head of local authorities should have the information what collective centers are within their area of responsibility, because from my personal experience I know that not always local authorities know that. Sometimes we visit and find those collective centers who nobody heard of before. The situation is being complicated that such collective centers are surviving their own. Of course, it's difficult when they host disabled people, aged people, low mobile groups and children. And we should also understand that the knowing the information about collective center is little. We should speak that each local budget should envisage the funds to care about collective centers, and we should arrange the work with the government bodies regarding functioning of such collective centers. And of course that we should establish the cooperation with NGOs, international organizations and other stakeholders. So regarding management of collective centers, it's another standard. So we come to the conclusion that checking in the collective centers takes place unofficially, and that makes the process of functioning of such collective centers a bit illegal. So what's the difference, what's the difficulty in entering some standard agreements with IDPs? And we have seen altogether that, so the answer is that, sorry, but in some collective centers with the IDPs are charged, very great charge. It does not comply with the living condition they are living in. Moreover, the IDPs even don't receive any bills, any proofs that they affect that payment. Therefore, we can draw a conclusion that the standard agreements should be mandatory. I mean the agreements between IDP and collectives, IDPs and collective centers. So it is also important that IDPs should feel and understand that they have not only rights, but they have obligations living in such collective centers. It's pleasant to mention that in the majority of visited collective centers there are rules of stay, but not in all of them. In some collective centers we saw information boards and stands, and that information is not enough and limited. So that information is limited, and that information is and it's also important to engage IDPs for decision taking. They should be ready to bear responsibilities for themselves for those decisions, but we should give them such an opportunity. So we're speaking about the process of integration into local communities, the feeling that the action affect the life of other persons, that these decisions are needed, that their decisions are taken into account. So within that context, the management of collective centers should provide to IDPs the possibilities to be engaged to all processes. Here we rely a lot on management of collective centers, so it's very useful recommendation to create some associations of IDPs within such collective centers and some councils. It's very important to set up that process for both sides, including IDPs and management, to see in the similar way and not contradict each other and not oppose each other, because they should be very good allies during functioning of such collective centers. Next section is standards regarding living conditions and NFIs. And here we are speaking about minimum set of furniture, technical means. It's clear I'm not going to dive deep into this item. However, I should mention that there are critically important items. Those critical items allow a person to feel self-assured, self-secured. Unfortunately, not in each collective center people living in households have separate space, and we're not even speaking about individual spaces. Therefore, it's very important to focus our attention that such elementary things like locks on the doors, gender segregated sanitary facilities, lighted premises should be taken into account. So we shouldn't leave apart that the buildings should be accessible for people with specific needs, with disabilities. We are not speaking only about ramps. We are not speaking about capability to reach that building. We should speak that the whole building should comply with those requirements, including kitchens, sanitary facilities, and so on and so forth. Apart of that, the premises should be allocated according to the purpose of their use. We saw on the photos of the previous speaker that some kitchen devices are located in the rooms where people should have rest. In some collective center, there are terrible conditions where people, when leave, should take shower or wash themselves. It's not an acceptable situation at all. So if that a premise of a kitchen, it should have basic items, and the area of those premises should allow to fit the purpose they are intended. For example, there are situations when 30 persons live in a premise and there is only one toilet and they should use all of them. And the situation we are facing in a collective center that during ensuring the right for living for all persons, we're not speaking not only about the fact of provision of such condition. We mean that we should ensure the housing fit for with the proper living conditions, and we ask you to develop the standards and to make all possible to comply with those standards. Thank you very much.
So we have a question. Irina Mykolaivna, you have a question to you from our offline participants. So please introduce yourself. Horoshavan Alexander, UNHCR in Ukraine. Can you please show the last slide regarding the washing facilities, rooms? And I think this is not a new brand issue for Ukraine, because Ukrainians have this experience living in dormitories, so 6 square meters is a standard. We can agree or not agree, but it exists. Also, there are some building construction standards, and technically the norms were actually increased up to the 8 square meters per person. So my question will be related to minimum standards and to some construction standards. And once we have this reconstruction project, this is one thing. And when we're talking about the other project, this is another thing around. And we can actually have this question as an open one. Very briefly, I'd like to comment, as the previous speaker, Mr. Kamal, has mentioned, this minimal standard is a kind of a smooth approach to the proper functioning of collective sites. And indeed, we are not stating some ideal, perfect standards, but each and every of these standards, and once all our collective sites would meet these standards, that would be a great success. And then we will tend to align them with our legislative documents, and or we would aim at their decommissioning after all, and people will be able to set themselves. So we have this social system in Ukraine, and this system is various, and it states that some premises should be given to these or those people, to temporary accommodation, to social housing, and there are all these different standards stating at least 22 square meters per person. So various housing is for various situations. And now we have this emergency situation, and then we will have these normal life conditions. And my question is about the terminology. So 6 months of being there, would you refer to living there or to the being there? In practices, we can see that this process of staying is actually develops to the process of living there. So as of today, we are going to talk about collective sites as the following. So once a person lives there up to 6 months period, so all their respective standards would be referred to through this. I have 2 brief questions. So the first one, we have this self-governing legislation document that states that there are some managing and self-government bodies under households, and IDPs can be such managing bodies under the Legislative Act number 14. So in terms of administration, can we do can we do as a kind of involvement of IDPs in the decision-making process? And the second question, but first I can ask the first question. I think that it was not a question, but it was more of idea in terms of how we can implement the idea of IDPs involvement in a decision-making process, and it would be good that this idea would be heard by self-government bodies. And the last question, you stated that 40% or more are educational facilities, and in our education facilities it is foreseen to provide staying, and this might be kind of a separated hotels under the approved documents, and our legislation provides these opportunities, and this shouldn't be free of charge. And this question is being regulated by the state. And probably we would need then kind of an agreement on the level of education facilities. And then very briefly I'd like to comment. So here we are talking not about a need to have one template of agreement for all IDPs, and if it is education facilities, we can have this document. In other cases, the other document, but they should be, because both sides should understand their rights and adhere and comply to them.
Comments. Would be good if you can send us your whatever suggestion, because it's a living document. It's good to get some, some suggestions, some ideas. But on the other hand, we do acknowledge that a lot of collective sites, majority of them are public, and state-owned sites. So, but there is no legal basis to sort of coordinate them. And as long as the IDPs move there, it turns also a collective site. So it's sort of a stop being a whatever premise was before. And I think Irina was saying, and Olga was saying that, and it turns to be something different, completely different. So, and here I think there is absence of a legal basis sometimes is really causing a lot of problems, to understand, and typology also to understand. But the minimum standards are there, are always there, and these are to provide the minimum living, dignified conditions for people and protect them, from their plight. Over.
Дякую. Якщо не заперечуєте.
So, if you don't mind, I would approach Mrs. Tatiana. She is an administrator of one of collective sites. So what is your opinion about this question? Maybe you can add something. I would like to have less as possible such collective sites. It would be great people to return to their places of origin. However, in many cases, this is not the case. So these collective sites should be very comfortable. But as Mr. Kamal said, we need to communicate and we need to knock the doors, and we will be able then to find our common solutions. Any questions? Dina Hudi, DRC. Thank you for your presentation, and I have a question. Maybe I'm a little bit behind the train, but how do you plan to implement these minimum standards? How are you going to approve them? What is the system and algorithm of their approving? Because as I know, these minimum standards are being approved in an extended manner. So what would you say about it? And the main objective for us would be not to have these minimum standards as a law. Our objective is to have them being implemented, and we have conducted lots of monitoring visits to collective sites, and we are monitoring all the collective sites. We continue to do it. We recommend something in terms of implementation of decisions. So all these standards are going to be delivered to the administrations of these collective sites, to regional administration bodies in all the resources where we have our cooperation, and then we will follow to have them implemented into life. So, as we a secretariat of the Ombudsman Office of Ukraine, we can have the responsibility for this issue. So you meant how can we approve this legislation draft? So today we had Irina Vereshchuk, so any ministry that is going to take this responsibility under its cover should do it, and we do hope that these minimum standards will be launched at least prior to this autumn. However, this process is not going to be an easy one, and we also want to have more discussions, including Harmada sections, international organizations, because what we present, it is our vision aligned with CCCM Cluster, and also this document should be approved in the future. And I also would like to make a remark. So today we have specific gaps in our housing laws. So our code of housing conditions is outdated, so it requires updates. So in terms of collective sites, I have some questions that can we call collective sites as a house where we can apply these standards of housing? So there are lots of questions, and we need to start with the need of overall reforming of housing legislation. However, most importantly, the Ombudsman Office is doing a huge amount of job while accepting some minimum standards, and now these standards are a recommended one. However, it's a good kick-off and a great contribution in this issue, and I would like to express my gratitude for accepting of such minimum standards, even if they are just a recommendation. So maybe later on they will be approved as a legislative document, and we do hope to have the support of the Ombudsman Office in the implementation and actualization of the current housing legislation, including collective sites where affected people are living. So now we will hear your comment. So according to our legislation about IDPs, people should live in houses or in premises. So we use the four minimum requirements because people should not live in kindergartens, in schools, And what you are referring about, this is another story, another situation. We understand that collective sites is not a housing fund. However, we need these minimum standards, indeed. So, any comments, remarks?
From IOM, MOM, and this is a very good workshop and the presentation of the minimum standards in collaboration, of course, with all the stakeholders. And I also wanted to highlight, as Valerie mentioned also in the sharing, so in our experience with the CCM cluster, in all the workshops we did from West, Central, and East, the site managers have been looking forward to have some kind of guidance which these minimum standards can provide. And I think I'd like to highlight also what our colleague mentioned, like having the participation of the displaced population in the collective sites is also central to these standards. I think you mentioned it in the management, right? And so if, as part of the advocacy that we're doing, so it's very good that our minister, our deputy minister, is advocating it at all levels, and mechanisms where the IDPs can participate, like committees, how this will be rolled out in the different oblasts would be very helpful when the IDPs are part of these committees or workshops that will be done. And we have success stories with Valerie in Vidica and all sites as well. So we look forward to this in the cluster, in how this will move forward, and will also provide guidance for the humanitarian partners to work with our site managers. And particularly also because I'm coordinating the capacity building, so this would be very interesting to see moving forward. Do you have, just one last question after that remark, is there a timeline on the work of implementations from advocacy to implementation on these standards, if there's like a period that we are seeing? Thank you. Jackie.
По-перше, дякую вам дуже за
First of all, thank you very much for your words of support, and all these stories of success. They would not have been possible without your support. In terms of timelines, no, we don't have such timelines or deadlines, because as Olha Mikolaina stated, this process cannot be fast. And indeed, this process should be on an ongoing basis, because we have lots of work to be done, and just having this meeting with the standards, this would be a huge task for us, so that would take a lot of time. We have another question. Probably I did not understand your position well in terms of standards of collective sites, and you're talking about some standards conditions that should be provided by the facility, by the premises, but we should not forget about people who live there, and probably we need to to develop some standards in terms of behavior and rules of stay for people who live there, because it's all and good to have agreements, but we need to develop this second part, that are people. And I know that the Ombudsman Office is defending people, first of all. And we have two types of IDPs. The first one lives in collective sites, and the second lives according to the shelter program. So they live by themselves. And we have this huge difference. For example, people can come to our facilities and to have 3 times per day meal, and other person lives by themselves and actually has to buy food on their own money. And we also have these elderly people, and we try to support as much assistance as we can. And we have this other part, and we have, so to say, people, IDPs, who were provided with more assistance, and IDPs who provided with less assistance. So probably we need these minimum standards for, or rules of stay for these people.
Thank you very much for your comment. Thank you very much for your work. I saw quite a lot of collective centers. I fully agree with you what you have said. Therefore, in my presentation, I mentioned not once that IDPs should understand both their obligations, their duties and obligations. And in their minimum standards should include what you have mentioned, that is the rules of stay in the collective centers. We mentioned about that, and you're correct. It should be the way how we're going to implement. So we have some cases when there are requests to the Ombudsman Office when people are evicted from collective centers, persons who signed the court rules of stay and their eviction was justified, and it's true because a great number of people are living on the same area with each own story, with each own sorrow, and we cannot, and each person should not deal. So people should learn to live together and not to have some tension between them, and there should be, as I showed photo, where IDPs could put into order, but they don't do that. But if there are rules, if there are schedule of being on duty, and when they have good administrator, there are no such programs. But there are many cases when we visit and there is no collective center manager. They live for their own, somebody going to work, another don't. So there are different people with different illnesses, dependencies. They share the general space, and I fully support. And that was the first rule in our collective center after the item regarding regarding cooperation of government and collective centers. Ms. Irina, I would like to ask everybody present here, I would like to say that we constantly forget about the third party, the people who ensure functioning of those collective centers, about people who train to teach children, who conduct maintenance of collective center. These are not managers, these are technical workers. These are pedagogical workers who are engaged for those processes. We should take into account their interest as well. These are people and should also be secured, and they should have security and protection as well. So I'm going to give you the floor. So we were waiting for those standards for a long time. So we think that it's going to be used like a core, and we should add muscles, and we should engage the international and non-government organizations. I wouldn't like to leave this hall and to say, let somebody deal with that. We are ready to take suggestions, to generalize and work further. And the last word to you, and let's switch to another section. Ksenia, Right for Protection representative. How do you think? Do you think in the minimum standards to ensure psychological support of IDPs, like persons who are in difficult living conditions? Maybe should we raise a question about minimum standards of provision of social services, because in the majority of cases people, including low mobile groups, aged people, people with disabilities living in collective centers, because that is a matter of minimum standards which should be ensured, it should be covered by those minimum standards, and we should consider the interest of such vulnerable category of people. I think it's a very good comment. That's what we are lacking, missing in the collective centers. During cover break, we discussed with Ms. Christe, and we're discussing that IDPs living in collective centers require psychological support, and those minimum standards are very simple and easy for acceptance, for comprehension. So I think to add here psychological support is not very logical or reasonable. But to make it as to include it into a separate document, so I think it's a matter for discussion, and it should be focused and the attention should be focused on it.
Yes. Just wanted to, kind of answer also to your question. The minimum standards are standards to ensure that people, especially those vulnerable categories who need various services, including psychosocial, at least they have unhindered access to those services. They have access also to information, which is also reflected in the minimum standards, where to find those services they need. They have to be aware, so there must be some information. So that's also minimum, one of the minimum standard stipulations, just to know.
Дякуємо. Ірина Миколаївна.
Thank you, Ms. Irene. There are no further questions, so thank you. So take your seat. Thank you very much to Ms. Irene. We shifted a bit our deadlines. I ask next speakers to be concise, and we are going to speak about humanitarian response in collective centers. I'm asking Mr. Alexei Khmara. The floor is yours. Please greet him. Mr. Alexei, you have a mic. Please introduce yourself. If I will have my presentation on the screen, I will do it very quick. So you have maximum 7 minutes. So ACTED is trying to help people across Ukraine, including IDPs. I'm representing Kirovograd's region, and we have approximately 100 collective centers, mainly located in rural areas. And these include rural buildings where many people live. I would like to tell about 3 stories. It will be in telegraph mode. It's very quick. About people who live in collective centers started to treat themselves as collective centers. So that is a building, not separate. It's a school building which has everything a part of normal WC shower rooms. And people came and they didn't trust to anybody, neither authorities know each other, no the administration, no organizations like ours. And the first they did, the centers it was a good story. It was a rather long-lasting story, and it would have continued if we wouldn't start to agree with them. They said, okay, we will help you with repair all those WC, but somebody care about them, because we're not going to go 75 kilometers to clean your WCs. We are ready to help you with your daily needs, but we're going to react regarding the general needs. We say we're ready to do something together, but we need to understand based on what principles we should arrange our cooperation, how we are ready to help each other, and how to keep the general rules and the coexisting rules. And in 3 months, I would like to explain, it was a great fight with each unsatisfied people who was complaining. And we tried, together with colleague, turned into a community of people who clean their collective centers inside and outside. So here you see the photos, people who managed to work together. And we agreed how to work with them in the future and how they try to relieve the stress, not only by taking alcohol, but to do something with their own hands. So that is the work which was not taken into account in any standards. If we work with IDPs, so there were approximately 50 people, but then there were fewer people. So there is another rural community. They have only central services provision center and bar. And in that collective center, how it looked like before check-in. And the repair, the minimum repair was done by the community itself. And then we tried to help it. And people came who lost themselves because there was official evacuation from Donetsk and Lugansk regions where they were found, they put into trains, then they were put into buses, and then they live in Tishkivka village, and they know nothing about themselves, about their neighbors. People were looking at each other. They started to drink. And they started to drink alcohol using all funds they received from government. That's how it looked like in actual life. So we managed to do something. And as you see, these are the this is a real meeting of real people whom we try to help to find another sense of living except of drinking alcohol on daily basis. We help and are trying to perform different activities, humanitarian activities. But first of all, we started to provide psychological support. We tried to engage them into some type of activity. And I would like to say frankly that it started to help. As you see the faces of people, and you can see how people entertain themselves. But as you see what people are doing, they started to do something with their own hands. So they started to plan their life. They started to arrange their premise, and that is one of the most united community in the collective centers in Kirovogradsk region. And people have great self-respect and respect to each other. Story number 3, it's very interesting in other contexts. It's collective center Fight, located in Kropivnitsky. It's the great building of training base for jiu-jitsu section. And the sportsmen live there who train themselves, keep healthy lifestyle, knew what to do, and the war started, and administration decided to convert it into collective center. And yesterday they were doing that, and then it converted into collective center. And there is enough people who could live and live now. And they have only one condition for such people. People should care about themselves individually, because the management wouldn't like to deal with cleaning and other items. I'm saying that because in that building there were quite a lot a part of what it was cold, and there was no heating system, and we helped that. We tried to engage and integrate people, and it was interesting. Out of 50 persons living there, practically all managed to find job or were employed, started to socialize themselves, put their children into schools and kindergarten, and started to integrate into local community. And the good news, while we are speaking, that establishment is being closed. The majority of people who have job are in the process of moving to their rented apartments, and those vulnerable people who cannot care about themselves, we try to move them into another collective centers. Small children continue to visit school, and they attend physically that school and speak to children, the same children, and in summer on the basis of that center. So it will be used as training camp, and IDP children will live in those training bases. And I discussed all that because each collective center is, first of all, is people, and how the people are going to arranged within themselves depends will identify how their life will be arranged. It's a type of general efforts to people feel as humans. It's about dignity. It's about our digital daily activities and about our care. Thank you for your attention. So I'm impressed. Let me shake your hand. It's really cool. So please applaud. I'm inviting Alexander Malakov, Community Coordinator of Rakkada. I hope you're surprised as well. I think I would like to impress you, and very quickly impress, because we have very limited time. Thank you very much for your listening to us. Therefore, thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to be very prompt and concise about cases. We have 147 shelters we're working with. We are covering about 9,000 people. That is not very indicative, because our major activity, I would like to introduce Ms. Larissa, who is one of the managers of the collective center, and our key work is to help them to provide assistance. Our mobile teams regularly visit collective centers to identify what needs are, to understand with management coordination of collective center work. So areas have been discussed for quite a lot, but today. So we're speaking about the key item. Each elective center has information stands giving people the information about donators and so on. And what we have discussed, and we discussed the rules of living, we're trying to create some kind of rules of stay. Sometimes they fail, but it's possible to do that. We have opportunity to receive feedback from each collective center. There are boxes, and they have the opportunity to write to us in social networks. We conduct minor repairs in collective centers. There were a lot of rooms with mold, and some were subjected to burning. And some minor repairs are being done with engagement of our organization Rakkada. And we're trying to ensure some kind of good living conditions. We also have engineering section. We do have engineers as part of our teams who help to deal with more complicated tasks. In this collective center in Lviv's region, there was problem with pure water. They didn't have good access to potable water, and our engineers developed a system for water treatment. And we're also working with authorities and managers of collective centers and conducting trainings regarding minimum trainings to make them work efficiently. We perform a lot of integration activities, including learning Ukrainian learning courses, learning traditions existing in the Hramada region. It will help us a lot, and I would like to mention we do have opportunity to implement community projects. In one of the collective centers, we have sewing expert, and we arranged sewing workshop where she holds master classes. It helps to relieve the stress, and people are engaged to that profession. And as an option, they can further create either their own business or obtain some new skills and to be employed. Advocacy for the rights. We mentioned that sometimes there is no contact between authorities and collective centers, and sometimes managers of collective center. That is one of the situations when in Rivne Oblast, during half a year, there was no contact with the local authorities. And then we initiated a coordination meeting with the presence of charity organizations, collective centers managers, and IDPs, active IDPs. And the positive was the local authorities visited for the first time that collective center to see how they're living. It was important for persons. They managed to communicate, to share their problems, and the final outcome was that social services, because there were quite a lot of children, were sending their social workers to deal with children. And then in one of the collective centers we had a problem that is non-arranged waste pit, and there was no waste removal from the collective centers for all people, and there was such a great pile of waste formed. And one of the coordination meeting we held in Ternopil region, the authorities examined the problem, they visited and realized that it was happening and arranged regular removal of waste. And as you see in the second photo, there are IDPs who are engaged for cleaning that site, and we helped them as part of a range of landscaping activities, and we helped them with the device equipment, with bags for waste, and they cleaned their territory.
Then another interesting story is about when there was no real understanding between IDPs and authorities, and we had some coordinating meetings, and we even managed to involve Danish project that actually provided kind of a repair in one of the floors, and it's a positive side. And you can see in this picture a road, a dirty road next to the front line, and we actually go through these roads several times per month, and this is how we are doing. So thank you for your attention. So this is all nice to hear from you, and I would like to commend your job, because we keep hearing lots of positive feedbacks about your work, and we are so grateful for your activity, because this is not about grants. This is all about what you are feeling, what is inside your heart, and this is not an accident that you actually put this last slide as a picture. So let's move to the most interesting part of our conference. So we will now turn to the most positive part of our conference. So we thank everyone who were engaged in all the phases. So we are grateful to DRC organization. Thank you for your assistance in holding this conference. Thank you for your quick engagement. It's so nice to work with you. And we actually wanted to thank those organizations who actually were engaged in data gathering. And this is a number of organizations. And today we are grateful to those who monitored all this data, and you have seen that this is a huge amount of work. So we thank CCCM Cluster on behalf of Ombudsman Office. Unfortunately, our information manager who actually take picture has left our meeting. However, we have another person for doing so. So, ACTED, International Humanitarian Organization, please. We thank you for your assistance on behalf of Dmitro Lubinets. So let's take a picture. We are so grateful. UNHCR in Ukraine, who would be representative, who is the most active. So thank you for your participation. We do hope that you will be engaged in development of minimum standards. Right to Protection organization. So someone should have been here today. You are doing a great job, and thank you not only for data gathering, but for all the projects. You are marvelous. Thank you. And Nehemia, public organization, gets our thank you and gratitude on behalf of Mr. Lubinetz. Proliska, public organization. So they are also very productive in their projects. NRC organization. Thank you. REACH organization. So you are the most marvelous, and your presentation today was an extraordinary one. The 10th of April. Great job again. Rokada organization. Thank you so much for your job. And Transcarpathia region Nika. So keep working. So we do hope that you will assist our collective sites further. And I'd like to say lots of positive words. Thank you everyone who actually add your input in highlighting, in emphasizing to this problem with your legal, informational, etc. support. Having such a community, we will be able to change the overall situation. And now the floor is given to Kemal, and we will be happy to see you in autumn.
Well, I mean, I've been here since March, and I've seen a lot of collective sites and seen a lot of things, but today's presentations were really emotional. So, and I realized that we all speak the same language, we're on the same page. And I think that's actually the first joint advocacy event with Ombudsman's Office, and I think this is the first one, but not the last one. So we have been able to present findings. We usually present our findings in a close circle of humanitarians. Now it's a wider audience, that's a chance, and also minimum standards. So I hope it's not it's first but not a last one. So we will look forward to have more events, more advocacy events. But also please go through the minimum standards and send us your comments. Would be happy to hear them. Have a nice day, and happy to see you. Thank you for your support. Thanks a lot.
Дякую.
So our broadcasting has been finished. So our photo makers